all discussions begin. Shall we begin? Welcome to day 2. Is this day? No, I'm sorry, day 3. Day 1 was our exhibition opening of the community design Prishtina. This morning, we have, before the parallel sessions, we have the keynote address by our invited guests, Johnny Monroe and Roger Brown. A few things of note today, due to some changes in the schedule, also happens to be our faculty retreat day here at AUK. So half of our faculty is doing important work up the road while we're here. In addition, I should note tomorrow at 9:30, those who are interested in doing a charrette exercise should meet here on the campus at the at Ma Bell on campus here at AUK. And together, after we have a morning coffee, after 9:30, 10 o'clock or so, we'll go together to the Dodona neighborhood with cameras and video and a walkthrough of that area. And with the information we gather, we'll do something with that. So we'll produce a mini report of sorts. So this is not a full charrette, but it is an exercise of something like how a charrette might happen or how parts of a charrette might happen. It'll also give us a chance for those of us who live in Prishtina, those of you who are from Prishtina, to walk through the city with our guests. So it's one thing to talk here about planning issues. It's another to actually go into the city together and discuss the issues that are concerning the community. And with that, I'd like to invite Johnny Monroe and Roger Brown up to present. And this is case studies, correct? Okay, so these are case studies from Rochester area and other areas in the States. Welcome.
Good morning.
It's this bottom button. And if it starts shouting at you, then we'll have to.
Okay.
The bottom.
All right.
The bottom one.
All right. Great. Thanks. So today, we're going to consider some case studies from the city of Rochester. As we talked about yesterday, we work in an area the size of Kosovo, 9 counties. They include villages in the rural areas, suburban areas around urban areas, the major urban area of Rochester, New York, and several cities in our 9-county area. So what we try to do is mix up the work that we do, the projects that the Design Center does, so that we are not just working in the city. And we're providing an opportunity and serving as a resource to our friends afar away from the Design Center. So we oftentimes are traveling more than an hour away from the city. So today we're going to do 3 case studies for you. The first is in our downtown, the center city of Rochester. And the second 2 are in neighborhoods in the city. One is a very challenged neighborhood. We have areas in Rochester of extreme poverty and isolated areas where people, primarily African American and Latino people, of very challenging means live. And we'll be talking about that, and then another more typical neighborhood on the southeast side of our city. But before we begin that, I want to talk about process, because it was very interesting for us to hear the lightning presentations yesterday and to see specific case studies and examples of work that's being done here in Kosovo and in countries right around here. And I think the process piece of this is very key, because you cannot you cannot get a good return in terms of information from people that you're working with unless you prepare them to give you that feedback. And so a large part of our work when we do a charrette is a period of months before the charrette happens, so that we're taking people out into neighborhoods that we're going to be working with, and doing like we're going to do tomorrow morning, pointing out different conditions and things, opportunities for improvement, some negative things that need to be addressed, and some positive things that can be built on, so that we're giving people the tools, the ability to give us the feedback necessary in order to create plans. And what you're going to see here in these 3 case studies are actual physical plans and how they were created. And we'll be talking a lot about why they're important and why they would be important for Prishtina in terms of moving forward. So, Roger, how about Rochester's downtown?
Okay, thanks, Johnny. And good morning, everybody. Johnny said yesterday that one of our, in fact, it was the first charrette that we worked on was for Art Walk, and you saw lots of examples of that. Soon after that came this particular charrette, probably our biggest for the city of Rochester. No, that's okay. We'll see how that goes. This was sort of instigated by the planning director at the time of downtown Rochester, and also a leader of the neighborhood organization that at that time had been formed for downtown. So we had these 2 really very dedicated, very strong groups that asked us to do for them a full-blown community charrette. This was also part of an overall comprehensive plan. And what was really interesting, because it was one of the first ones, it was a little bit scary because of the number of people that came to do this. And because of really the importance that the city placed on it as part of their overall comprehensive planning process. This was their public engagement piece, which actually by law for comprehensive plans for communities is required that they do some sort of public input. So what you see up here on the screen right now is sort of the diagram of the plan of Rochester, this being the center city and the neighborhoods around it. This is what Rochester looks like from the air. It's quite a bit different from Prishtina, is that it's flat. But this is really the downtown section. You can see we have a few high-rise buildings and, a pretty dense center, and then around it, this, really area of neighborhoods and so forth. And yeah, it is on the lake. This is one of the big Great Lakes in the United States. So this charrette, actually, we've actually done 2 charrettes for downtown Rochester. This was the first one, and this sort of shows a vision plan that was created, for that. At this particular charrette, there were 250 people that participated in this exercise, one-day event. We had approximately 50 facilitators to man the various tables that were organized. And out of that came this particular plan. Now, this plan then, the city took and created the Center City Master Plan. So it was actually quite a valuable exercise for the city that we went through this. And they used this for several years with a particular planning director that was in charge for projects that were to be developed in the downtown. Now, diagrammatically, our city looks like this. It's actually a very simple layout. This is red indicates this wonderful, very strong, powerful public realm piece of Main Street. And that is bisected by a river that flows right through the middle of town. A very handsome, let's say, beautiful river, complete with gigantic waterfalls at the end. All of these brown circles sort of represent neighborhoods, where people live. And the green are some of the major roads and streets that intersect in the main street. And that really is, they actually took this diagram here and made a wayfinding signage program for the city a little bit later. So one of the things that we normally do for a charrette, and these drawings from now on, that's okay, these drawings from now on sort of show you what occurred on the second charrette, which happened in 2007. And the reason why it occurred is that when the administration in our city changed, they took any reference off of the website of the center city plan that had been created. They did not feel it relevant, and they just took it completely away. It was very fascinating to see that, and we said, this is not a very good idea. And in 2007, we said, let's see if we can bring forth again the idea of a vision plan for the city. And so we had another charrette, but what it was a little bit different than the first one in that it was a 3-day affair, and it was essentially manned by 137 local design professionals, architects, landscape architects, and so forth. We sort of put in one of the downtown sort of abandoned large office spaces with a big community, big space that we could set up lots of tables and so forth, and had this 3-day event. We also, though, involved the citizenry of the city, and there were about 400 or 500 people that ultimately came to see the drawings and see all the work that was done. So out of that, and in beginnings in trying to set up the community and the steering committee, we did a lot of research, and we created these diagrams that sort of informed the people who were going to be involved, some of the characteristics of Rochester. Like this particular plan shows a hierarchy of the street system in the city. Yeah. And this is a drawing that shows the different uses of the buildings in the downtown. One of the things that's important in a charrette is the fact that we don't color parcels of land, we color buildings. And so the important piece is, you see, if you look on the map, you'll see little squares, little things, and these are all the buildings and the exact locations of these. Because if you don't show the buildings, you cannot illustrate very well the actual public realm aspect of things. So the colors that you see are actually the colors on the buildings themselves. And it's a technique that's used throughout our process. This particular drawing shows a condition of the buildings. Those buildings that contribute, again, to the public realm, and those that don't. And we had several other diagrams and other pieces of information that have been created, for the charrette itself. Now, because of the size of this, it was broken down into different focus areas. And in this particular case, we had 3 or 4 different groups working on each one of these focus areas. So there's 5 of them. There's the center city, there's 2 are on the river, there's this inner loop and neighborhood piece over here, and then there's Main Street right down here. So again, they had a lot of different people working on each one of these, coming up with different solutions and different ideas. Now, here's a poster that sort of advertises and shows the charrette announcement itself. And then here's some pictures of some of the work that's being done by the various, charrette and study groups. And again, it's the same thing where we really work with tracing paper and magic markers and base maps and plans, and with the help of the facilitators are able to get and draw from the participants the ideas and things that they believe the city or the particular focus area is all about. And here's the final day with the presentations. Each group gets up before the audience that has participated and talks about their solutions, their ideas. There is a discussion after this. It's an interesting process, and it's fascinating how wonderful the results are, the ideas that come out of it, and hearing them talk about it with such enthusiasm. One of the things that we do throughout all of the charrettes is when we, at the end of the charrette itself, and we start to actually take all of that information and put it together into a meaningful vision plan, we initially try to develop, let's say, guiding principles around which a vision plan would be created. So in this was probably one of the very first ones we did, and these are 8 principles that this particular group wanted to include in in the vision plan itself. And it really is the basis around which all of the planning decisions were made for the vision plan. And this is, in fact, the plan itself. Now, this was put into, it's not just the plan. There is an awful lot of illustrative information and pictures and drawings of different solutions, into a sort of a booklet that's relatively easily, handled with, it's usually an 8.5 by 11 kind of booklet with fold-out sheets, 11 by 17, and then, of course, everything is electronic. But this is the plan. The red indicates potential new construction that would be created to, in fact, enhance the public realm of the city, of the various streets. This is actually a residential neighborhood over here. This is another one. This is another one, which we'll get into. And then this is the main street, and this is the river. This is an aerial 3D computer-generated model of it, which is a terrific tool, and you'll see as we go along on other presentations how this tool can be very effective. You can take this and you can fly over your study areas or over your city or your neighborhood, or you can get down on the ground and actually sort of wander through the streets as a pedestrian would. So there's different ways and different uses that you can take, a 3D image like that. So downtown was one of the first focus areas, which is around here, and it included an old, this was Midtown Plaza, which was one of the first downtown shopping malls in the city that eventually was abandoned because everybody in the major stores and so forth moved out into the suburbs. And so this was a solution to what do you do with that empty, underutilized space. This was a neighborhood, a residential area that needed some attention and some densification. And these are some of the drawings that are in the plan that show graphically the various solutions. So here was the Midtown Plaza site. The way it was, as you can see, it is this big block with on the periphery, it sort of acted as a barrier. The idea of trying to get into this was very difficult, and one of the only ways to do it was through this little entranceway right here. This was an office tower, this was a restaurant and a hotel. And one of the issues with this building is that there was no connectivity with it. It wasn't broken up into, walkways, streets and blocks. So one of the first solutions was to take that big block and to break it up into pieces. So a street was brought through, this way. This was the actual mall, the shopping mall itself. This tower was turned into a residential tower as opposed to the office tower. And then these are future buildings that, could be created. And it was really, it was really a very lively, active space that was created. Now, the ultimate solution to this didn't really look like this. There were pieces of it that actually were created. This building was saved. There was much talk about destroying it, but we convinced them really to keep the building and rehab it. And again, it is being turned right now into a residential tower. There are buildings that were built around it. There is a big green space that was created in the middle. There was a street that was created here, and there was a street that was created here. So they did, in fact, break it up into smaller pieces. We do an awful lot of hand drawing and hand graphics showing potential. And this is actually a drawing from the developer that is taking this tower and making it into a residential tower. This is a neighborhood on the edge that we talked about, and some of the designs that were proposed for the redevelopment of that particular area. And what we were really trying to do is to organize it, make it much more cohesive than it is right now. Red again indicates potential new construction. This was a church that had burned several years ago that the Landmark Society, or the Historic Preservation Group, purchased and has made into a park. And this is a rendering of what that might look like. We do a lot of before and after shots, taking photographs, stitching them together of an existing situation, and then showing what potentially that could look like. The river was divided into two sections just because it was so big and so long. This is the waterfall we talked about. This is one of these, this is a 90-foot high waterfall, almost as high as Niagara Falls. And it is essentially buried in the middle of the city. Nobody really knows it's there. There's one visual point that one can go out and on. It was an old bridge that has been refurbished, but that is probably the only way that you can find these falls. So, yep. So we did, again, the groups created a plan for the northern edge here. Again, red indicates potential future. The waterfall is right here. The pedestrian bridge is right here. And there was an awful lot of work that was brought forth, as you can see from, this is actually a charrette drawing, to sort of create park and green space at the base of the falls. Again, the falls is right here. There's ways via an elevator that you can get down to this area. And the idea for making this really a green space for the city was one of the proposals. And the tremendous amount of there's a huge amount of parking lots that exist right now, around there. So you can see that the development potential is there. Here's that pedestrian bridge. This exists. This, by the way, is an old power station that in a way has been abandoned. And talk right now is to demolish this building and a series of buildings. But inside this whole thing are some wonderful pieces of architecture. And we're trying to convince the powers to be to save this. Like many power stations have been saved around the states, this could be a fantastic opportunity. This is a group that, a drawing from a group called Greentopia that is trying to, again, support and make better that what is known as the High Falls area. This is that power plant, which has been repurposed. And then you can see the idea of creating this green space essentially all around. And we've been working with them closely to see if we can convince people to make these ideas happen. Another shot, again, a graphic piece. This is a new building that was positioned and put in there to help. And this is another one. So there's our proposals and ideas that are starting to come again to fruition, along the river, making it much more active. What we haven't talked about is all along the edge here are potential for river walks, pedestrian walkways. Again, here's a before shot, potentially an after shot of what could happen. There is activity going on in this particular area right now. Some buildings are being converted into condominiums and residential. There's a theater. So there's a lot of good things that are occurring. This is a shot that shows what a new river walk that would be placed in front of this building to complement the river walk around here. And then this is Rochester as it exists right now. A brand new bridge that was created. This has sort of become an iconic photograph for in promoting the city in the downtown. We have an inner loop that goes around the city. This is about 1.5 miles from here to here. So it's a very tight loop. But what it did, it cut off an awful lot of neighborhoods. It cut streets in half and so forth. So the proposal was to remove this section and eventually remove this section. And this is what it looks like on the ground. It's just a big highway. It is hardly used, at least in that particular area. And there again is a sort of a plan of it. And some of these streets you can see have been cut off. So our proposal, or the proposal that came up from the neighbors, was to in fact do a really lot of major new work. And most of this is mixed use, you know, sort of focusing maybe more on residential. And here's the final plan that what the city has done, and this purple are future development sites for downtown. And these are some shots, before and afters, of what could happen in this area. And this is what's going on right now. They're filling this trench, and we'll be creating development sites. It will be creating a street as opposed to a highway. And it has taken probably 15 years since maybe the idea was first broached. And it's really great to see this happening. This is Main Street. This is what our Main Street looks like downtown. And this is the way we envision it. We see Main Street in the future actually housing a trolley. This is, again, another computer graphic that we used effectively as a tool. This is one of the drawings that was created at the charrette itself. Again, from this particular group, and as I said, there were 3 or 4 groups. Here's that public realm diagram, if you will, like you saw yesterday. This is a historic shot of downtown, and it used to be, in fact, the whole city used to be, let's say, all of the streets, many of them had streetcars. So the connections, the automobile really hadn't reared its ugly head at that time, and people used, you know, transit like this. And we're proposing that we bring it back and start the initiative of bringing in a streetcar system. This is a before and after particular area. And these are some of the buildings that actually are underway. Some of them are restorations and some of them are new. That is occurring all along Main Street. This is at one end, the western end. These 2 shots are of different buildings, but you shows the condition and the really great work that the architects and the developers have done in rehabbing them. This is what used to be an old department store, which is now being converted into a boutique hotel downtown. This is an addition right here, a performance hall to our symphony hall, which is right here. And I mean, there is a lot of action that's happening, and we consistently are staying on top of and monitoring and helping to push along further development in the downtown.
Thanks, Roger. So now we're going to go to a very challenged inner city neighborhood. We have a whole section of our city on the northeast side that is very, very challenged. There's a lot of poverty, very high rental district. And in 1964, this area of the city experienced race riots. We're sort of north now of the center city on Joseph Avenue. and we're going toward, where you saw the lake. This is some historic shots of this particular area of the city, very small scale buildings. This is an area where a lot of immigrants, particularly from Eastern Europe, came to Rochester in the 19th century. And they set up lots of stores and places to live above. In 1964, we had a period of civil unrest in our country. We had a population of people come from the South, primarily African Americans, looking for work at the very time that our industrial base in America started to decline. So people moved up into Rochester and other northern cities in our country, and there was no work for them. They were discriminated against. There was a lot of explosive kinds of things going on, and this riot in 1964 destroyed large parts of our city, including this parts of this corridor. So today, and you can see the challenges that this presents. This is what the street looks like today. There are many, many boarded up buildings or buildings that have been filled in. You see with the brick there to, so that they're fortresses now. And lots of vacant lots, because what we're doing is we're making a lot of big mistakes in the United States in terms of tearing out the built environment in our inner city areas because people have moved out of the inner city into the suburbs. So we worked with the Business Association in this neighborhood along Joseph Avenue, which again had streetcars originally. It was a major corridor. Our city is organized in concentric zones. So we have major corridors that go out from the center of our city and eventually go into the suburbs. And so we created this plan with the Joseph Avenue Business Association. This was one of our initial analysis maps looking at the use of the buildings along their street. And this shows the condition of green spaces, what kind of green spaces there occurred along the street. And then we did a visioning session with people from the Business Association, which included what we're going to do tomorrow out in the Dodona area, is walking the area and talking in small groups about what we were seeing and experiencing there. Coming back and working around base maps of the area and coming up with ideas. Oops. And then people presenting those ideas, which include lists of both written ideas and ideas that are drawn. And these are some of the drawings that came that very day from walking in the area. So this is the cover of the booklet that's produced for this particular vision plan, and showing some of the things occurring along the street. And here is the actual plan itself, and we have this typical way of showing areas of intervention by having them indicated in red. This is another charrette drawing. And here is a section of the plan that looks at a significant intersection in this neighborhood. The business district was bounded by this particular intersection and another node further down. And so this is a plan to enliven that particular corner, to add a bus shelter and provide opportunity for redoing the facades. We use this kind of technique of photoshopping a lot because it can show us an instant sort of a vision of how that can be done even before it's done, which helps people to really imagine change. You see? It's very effective. Again, another charrette drawing. And now this is that intersection. There's a library here. And what we want to do is people want to see this area, celebrated with more public art. And creating a corner pocket park with a mural. This is Frederick Douglass, who was a very famous figure in civil rights in the United States, who lived in Rochester, New York, as did Susan B. Anthony, who was, if you don't already know, who won, fought for women's rights and died before women got the vote. But she was the reason, largely, that we did get that right to vote. This is a mural that was painted on this particular wall by a group called Wall Therapy, and it really has made a huge difference in the neighborhood. As you see, we're adding to it other elements, pedestrian scale lighting and plantings, and this logo here for the business association that helps to indicate that they are involved in the area and that they are part of the reason that this area is improving. This is a new playground created on a vacant lot. And this is the logo that we created to help the business association actually brand their street and, encouraging them to use the logo in a variety of different ways. And here you see they've installed those banners along the street. A vacant lot, and hopefully in the long run, architecture, some housing, and transportation that will, be designed in context with the neighborhood. This next neighborhood is South Clinton Avenue, and we go back to our center city. The river here runs north, and the lake is up here, and we've just looked at Joseph Avenue, which is up here. We've looked at our downtown, and now we're going to look at this area here. These major corridors all had streetcars originally. And so in 2003, this was one of the first charrettes that we did. People meet and come together and then go out and walk the neighborhoods and talk about the issues that they're seeing out there, and then come together around those drawings and work in groups with facilitators. And these are some of the drawings that come out of that charrette experience. It's a day-long experience. Start at 8:30 in the morning and we end at 5 o'clock at night. And at the end of the day, people present their ideas, and then we make them into plans. So this is a hardline plan with, again, all of the red areas are areas that we looked at in 2003 to be redeveloped. What's very interesting now, looking at this plan, is that many of these buildings have been added now. This project is being started this spring now, and so it's fun to look back at the plans and then to say, well, 10 years later, 15 years later, now we're really beginning to see some change along the street. So, buildings being added, and being added the way that we suggested in the charrette, that they be added along the street to strengthen the sense of the public realm. And this is a drawing that was done at the time of the charrette, where we're filling in some buildings around an existing building that is a lovely old building that has been redeveloped. And continuing down the avenue, we have a drawing from the charrette. And this particular building, which was looked at during the charrette, was a warehouse. And we have been reusing a lot of our historic buildings. This is what it looked like about a year ago. And this is what it looks like today under construction, because there are loft apartments being put into these upper floors. Down here, there's a restaurant, and then there's going to be a shop in the back that will sell meats. This is another thing that we're seeing evolving along the avenue, is the painting and decorating of buildings. With these wonderful mosaics. It's the touch, the human heart, we were talking about yesterday, that really make our communities. Here's another section of that street, now Clinton Avenue continuing on. This is a major intersection where several streets come together here. And again, looking in the long run at these red areas as things that we would add or infill. This is a drawing from the charrette day. This is an old, theater that's been reused, and another significant building on that. We have a wonderful old diner, and it was suggested that that diner be moved out more to the corners so that people could enjoy that space more. We'd like to talk a little bit about some opportunities we see for Prishtina. And I would begin by saying that I think it's very important that in the plan for Prishtina that ultimately is created, that Prishtina consider some opportunities for ordering factors in that plan. And they would consist of both built and natural resources that you have in your community. One of the things that we've heard about, but not had an opportunity to really study here, is the existence of one or two rivers in your city. There is a city in the United States called Providence, Rhode Island, that uncovered a river that was covered up. And the rivers are a real strong ordering principle because around that and around your historical buildings and places where history happened, and in the areas that surround the city, which are such beautiful vistas of the mountains, you have some really strong ordering factors that could be inspirational for how you move forward, because that's really the heart of your history. It's the heart of what makes Prishtina unique from any other place on the earth. And I really would strongly urge you to consider those as, as strong parts of your story. So we're going to start looking at now some pictures from Prishtina. And so one of the key elements that you have in your city, is these areas in between buildings, interstitial spaces we call them, where with a little bit of attention here, you could make these more attractive as ways for people to, to move through the city and make more pedestrian paths. Roger, if you have anything to add on that.
Yeah, no, I thought you wanted me to push it.
No, do you want to add some things? We were talking yesterday about the need to hide parking from the street. Now, this is right across from one of your major public realm areas of the city. And, where cars are parked sort of indiscriminately in a very unorganized fashion. And it would be really wonderful if you could find a way to, to screen this, maybe adding some trees and some plantings. And, we showed you a series of slides yesterday about design principles. And so finding some ways to, ultimately it would be better if these cars were underground or behind the buildings. But at least in the interim, there are some things that could be done to maybe improve how that looks and how those cars are dealt with. Very effective work that's been done in this area, in the walkway, with plantings and places for people to sit, and very enjoyable, wonderful corridor space within your city that you've done, some wonderful things with. We would suggest to use that and to build off of that, to take places that connect into this space and strengthen them. So we talked a little bit yesterday about where you have areas of viability and strength, to build off of those, not try to go to the most problematic parts of the city and start there, but to start in places like this. Oh, go ahead.
One thing, this will be easy. One thing is that it's nice to do big green spaces, but it's equally important to do lots of small ones. That, especially in areas where there's residential, they can be great refuges, if you will, complete with maybe playgrounds or just places for elderly to watch young kids play around. I mean, the uses for these small, tiny neighborhood spaces is very, very important. And this is a wonderful, it's a great size. And you could use as an example to place around, the city. Street trees, here again is something that is extremely, really important And the more you're able to plant and maintain and grow tree cover, be it on the streets or in parks, it just adds so much to the pedestrian experience, and that's what we're trying to do, is push the pedestrian realm and make that as handsome as possible.
One of the things too, in terms of opportunities, you're starting to put in some bollards or whatever they're called here to make sure that people are not driving up on the sidewalk. There are other areas, other ways to provide parking, and we showed you some slides yesterday of indented parking, where you can actually have part of the sidewalk comes out and then part of it goes in and allows cars to park along there as opposed to on the sidewalk. And so finding some creative ways to do that where you can is really important. Another thing I'd like to note while we're talking about this, there are a series of blocks in this particular street area that are very strong. I mean, they have a lot of strong components. They have places where people are, little cafes and places where people are gathering, some very nice, public realm aspects. And so again, building on this street and strengthening these blocks as well would be a really, important move, we think. Roger, do you want to?
Well, there's Cheshire, and it's a real great space in this community, and it embodies so many really good design principles that we talked about yesterday. This idea of community, the idea of street trees, the idea of great paving, outdoor cafes, and just a great community gathering spot done in a very cohesive way. And so you could sort of build around this space, make it essentially one of the major hearts throughout Europe. These kinds of public realm spaces are so active and important, and they bring in people from outside to come here and visit because they've heard of it. They've heard it. It's a great space.
And also programming events for these spaces is really important. Once you develop them, Rochester has a jazz festival that started 14 years ago. It started in a very small way, and now each year for 9 days, over 200,000 people gather. They close down a lot of the streets in the downtown, and some of the most famous jazz performers in the world come, but also what's really important is some of the unknown up-and-coming jazz performers, like Nora Jones got her start in Rochester at our jazz festival years ago. So programming space is really important so that you start to capitalize on starting something small that could attract tourists to come to Kosovo. Once people come here, then they're going to want to come back. And so it's not only about the spaces, but it's about what goes on in those spaces. Here's that nice corner building, that I was just talking about, and there's a really nice gathering outdoor space here. An opportunity again for ways to deal with the traffic, creative ways to accommodate parking, which need to be addressed in Prishtina. Roger, do you want to?
Back up.
Okay, just a minute.
This slide also shows a street light that is very prevalent in the Rochester area. It's a big, huge, high, kind of cobra kind of light fixture. And if you could, like the next slide shows, replace some of these with more smaller scale pedestrian type lighting, it only will enhance and just make, again, the walking experience so much better. And again, this is a great street outside of Prishtina that is filled with wonderful pedestrian kinds of amenities, whether it's the outdoor cafe or whatever. And everybody knows this building, I'm sure. And you don't want to do a lot of these, but you don't want to do any more.
This be bad.
Yeah, but you can
really bad.
So designing in context, I guess, is really the idea of this slide. And this really is an example of not a lot needs to be done here with this facade for these two buildings. but the signage might be improved.
Yeah.
And then that would just open up the possibilities of designing, enhancing a little bit the facade. Go ahead.
Yeah, the preservation piece that we talked about, a wonderful historic building, and preserving your buildings, preserving your sites is very important. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you, Johnny and Roger. We have a small audience today, but if there's any questions, now is the moment. There's one there. Do we have a microphone or not?
Actually, I got a few kind of questions.
Mhm.
So when you were first started talking, you were talking about you organized two different charrettes, and there was like 50 people in one and like 137 in the other. And so my first question was, how did you organize that many people to get, I mean, what was the process? Because as you know, we've been working a process here, but what was the process that you guys used? If you could talk about that just for a second.
Okay, so the downtown charrette was unusual. We had 130 plus design professionals, architects, landscape architects, planners, that volunteered 3 full days of their time to work on that charrette. We had 500 people from the community come to interact with those people, and we had a resource group of 35 stakeholders in the downtown. They would be business people, lawyers, business owners, people from education, so on and so forth, that went around and worked with the teams. Because with that many people working, there were a lot of teams working on those 5 focus areas. We organized that for over a year. We started organizing it almost a full year ahead. And it wasn't our original idea. It was based on something that was done in Providence, Rhode Island. You'll find that if you really look at the work that we do at the Design Center, it's sort of a combination of taking from what other people do really well and have succeeded at, that are really good ideas. And so we'll hope that maybe you'll take some of our ideas and do that here. So we watched what they did in Providence, Rhode Island, which was to do an initial charrette, which we had done in 2000. We had about 250 people from the public come to that. And then in 2007, we did this, more strategic charrette that really, looked at focused areas within the downtown where we could intervene.
So it's a matter of really heavy advertising. The people that are on our steering committee, for instance, they represent different facets of the community. It is their responsibility to go out into the community and say to them, we have this community project coming. We have social media now, which we didn't have back then.
No.
So we use that extensively. And when it comes to facilitators, we really over time have built this relationship, this working relationship with them, so that when we need a facilitator group to come in, of course, as Johnny says, they're alerted that this is coming. Save these dates, get involved, this way.
But design centers work and are able to operate the way that they do as nonprofits because we make the design professionals feel guilty about not contributing like lawyers do. In the United States, at least, the lawyers do pro bono work, and we always, we get sick and tired of hearing all this work that they put in. Our design center has contributed well over $3 million worth of services and give back to our community through projects that we do. So we can feel very proud of that. And what we did was we went out to the design professions communities, the professional organizations, the American Institute of Architects, local chapter, American Planning Association, and we really, really rammed this down their throats and said, you've got to have some people come to this thing, or you're going to feel very ashamed, And it was wonderful. I mean, and we celebrated their turnout. I don't know any other city in the United States where that was done to that degree and that degree of outpouring and generosity took place. Now, I just want to go into the neighborhood charrettes that we did, that we used as case studies. The Joseph Avenue one was through a grant that the Business Association secured. They came to us, they interviewed us, they approached us. The downtown charrette was something that we really started the impetus for. The Joseph Avenue charrette came from that community, and most of the charrettes that we do come from the communities that we end up working with. We don't advertise, we don't go out and market ourselves. A small group of citizens will come in initially and say, help, we have this issue, and you have to come out and help us. And so we did that on a grant from a bank, helped to pay for that. And then the Clinton Avenue charrette, which was done, the earliest case study here, was again a neighborhood group that came to us. They worked with us for well over a year to prepare for that charrette. And they raised the money by doing bake sales and all kinds of things in their community to raise the money to pay for what they needed to in terms of their charrette. So it's a variety of different levels depending on where you are. Any other questions, Michael?
Yeah, I had a couple,
Okay.
just a couple more. So, in the city charrettes that you did, the two, did the city ask you guys to organize this, or did you guys organize it and then the city kind of came in at the end?
The first charrette that Roger showed you that happened in 2000 happened when we had a really a planning director of great integrity. He passed away in 2005 between that charrette and the second one. And, at that time we had an administration, and I know I've heard here about, when the political forces change, everything changes. That's why it's so important to have a plan that the community owns and that's adopted by your government. That will be a 50-year plan, because then it doesn't matter who's in office, that plan has to be followed because the community has made a case for it. And even though it gets revamped, it's important that that plan move forward as the plan for the city. And we didn't have that in place at the time in Rochester to the degree that it needed to be, and we still don't. So the city and the design center do a very interesting dance. Sometimes the dance is very wonderful, graceful, and fun to watch. And sometimes it's very frictional because we're an advocacy group. We're here to voice what we feel is important in terms of principles of good design. It's not political, but it's principles of good design and good quality of life for people. And sometimes that doesn't jive with what, people in the political arena want to hear. And so you have to adjust and move forward accordingly. So we try to always, though, serve as a resource for our city. We congratulate the city on what they do. They're hardworking. The people who are staffing the city departments, for the most part, are very well skilled. And so we try to be there to partner with them, despite some things that occur where we have differences of opinion.
I think the thing that you just said a second ago about being an advocacy group has finally made it really clear to me how you guys operate.
Oh, yeah.
You're not an agency of the city.
We are not.
Implementing city policy.
No.
You're advocating for doing good work that makes the community a better, stronger place. And I certainly think that there's a place here in Prishtina for a group like that specifically says, we're not politics, we're not political, we're experts in a particular set of design ideas, and we're going to share those with the community so that we can say our community will be better if we adopt this stuff. I think that's really an important thing to think about.
I think that came up for me yesterday when I saw that there may be some distrust of citizens of any municipality in any part of the world. That's part of, it's like, raising a teenager. You're going to have problems with a teenage kid, right? So there's going to be some frictional things between citizens in various neighborhoods and who's in power. And if you honor, though, what you do in terms of, coming from a framework of good design, then you're going to always be okay. If you start to veer off from that, then you're going to get into trouble. So another question? Oh,
Sure.
yeah.
So you mentioned sometimes so you have a group of people maybe coming to ask for help, but then other times when you guys identify, say, a street problem, like how do you start? Do you first identify the problems and then go to the public and talk to them, and then try to get answers, or do you maybe get their ideas, see if they see the same problem that you do? You know, like
We, when we advocate, we'll hear about a project, let's say. This is more in line of specific projects, like the inner loop, that the city had finally gotten a grant to fill in this horrible moat that surrounds our city that was built in 1963 and wiped out huge neighborhoods. And has served as a barrier ever since. So we insert ourselves into the process. And again, this is not always welcome, but in this particular case, we have a wonderful city engineer. And so we've been at the table, you know, with the city group that is handling it and with the private engineering consultant that's designing it. And I have to say that the design, the way it came out, is much better because of the input. Is it exactly what we want? Is it the quality, that we would like to have? No. But does it go as far as we'd like it to go? No. But I think that, so in those kind of situations, we do nose our way in and find a way to express our opinion and provide our input. You want to say something?
Well, we've done a lot of, let's say, charrettes for villages, and a village often, when they're doing their overall, what we call a comprehensive plan, they come to us to do the community engagement process. And that, for a village encompasses the whole village. It deals with the streets and the public spaces and the built environment. In the Joseph Avenue area, there was a group that wanted to study specifically that little section of street. So it varies a lot as to how you choose and pick, the particular focus area, if you will, of your charrette. We actually had a developer come to us who wanted a charrette done for his site to see what sort of ideas the community had for that particular site. So that was really interesting. And actually, right now, that project is going ahead.
I guess there's no more time.
Okay. I think at this moment, because we've run over time, there are two panel discussions, and you have a choice of room 401 at the end of the hallway, academia, its role in relation to the community and institutions, or room 406, the close room here, on building and recycling to the community. So instead of just taking a break, you can bring a drink to the panel discussion, grab a juice at the end of the hall, and then right after that is lunch. So after this panel discussion, we go down to the main canteen and eat. Thank you. that. Welcome back on this very beautiful day. We should all be out in the park. But onward. So thank you for the morning sessions. Just a note, when we originally booked the conference, we were planning on all members being here, so we ordered enough food just in case. And anybody in this room who would like to take some extra food home, please do. Don't let that food go to waste in the plastic out near the canteen. So please, if you could use it, use it. Now we're going to start with lightning talks. There's 5 of them, and these are 10-minute talks. We won't do a question and answer after it. We'll just do the presentation and move forward. This is also being live streamed, am I correct? It's also being live streamed to our YouTube site. You can get to that site through auk.org and clicking on the YouTube icon, and you'll find these. Once they're live cast, but they'll be recorded. So if you want to use the material or show later your talk for any purposes, they'll be there and they will remain there, and they're free to use. We want you to use them and show them other places if it's useful to you. So Vigan Perani from UN Habitat, turning spaces into places.
Okay, thank you. I was told to keep this presentation light and within 10 minutes, so I will do my best. Is this the...
That's the guy. And this one here advances it, so push down.
Okay.
And that goes on to the next slide.
Okay. I will start this presentation with the motto of our program of Municipal Spatial Planning Support Program, which has been implemented by UN Habitat. And this motto goes, making better cities together. Now, in order to make better cities, one of the key ingredients is placemaking. But also our motto says, making better cities together, meaning that during these processes, the communities need to be involved substantially. Now, we have been supporting Kosovo municipalities for 10 years now. We have been providing support for spatial plans, for environmental plans and projects, but we also supported the implementation of these strategies by supporting the implementation of concrete projects, which were actually the placemaking projects. These are the best ones, the most concrete examples of really showing how the whole cycle of planning works and gets implemented. Now,
Pointing towards the screen.
okay. Now, this diagram and the next parts of it which are going to be developed, by the way, this was done by Claudeta Krasnici, also a colleague of mine, one of the most creative persons with whom I have worked with. Now, this diagram shows the process of placemaking based on our experience with Kosovo municipalities for 10 years now. We have divided in 5 main phases, which is project identification, then design. After that, it's tendering as required by Kosovo laws, implementation, and the post-completion phase, which is impact assessment, where we evaluate the level of satisfaction of beneficiaries by this project. Now, all these projects are derived from municipal, most of them derive from municipal development plans, because they need to derive from these strategies, because this is a precondition that really makes sure that the development of this project is going to be in line and in coherence with other developments. Now, here on the left side in blue, you can see different levels of community engagements during the whole process. It's from the basic one where community gets informed, but it's also the most advanced one where municipal authorities together with community, they act together during the development of this process. Now, here you can see the spots that actually during the different phases, the level of involvement shifts, changes But what is most important, it doesn't stop. It's a continuous process during the whole cycle. Depending on the location or on the context, engaging community, it's not always a straightforward process. Sometimes you face challenges. This is where we support municipalities to really find more creative ways to really attract communities in the process, aiming two main goals. First, to be appropriately represented in the process, meaning both genders, age groups, people with different cultural backgrounds, but also to have them substantially engaged, to really have substantial contribution during the process. Okay, I won't go into these details, but these show the different roles of the community during the whole process. And as you can see, during the first two phases, which is project identification and design, the role of the community is more or less design together and consulting with them. This is important because through project identification and design, we really aim to address the needs and requirements. We also support municipalities to also discover the potentials, which in many cases are hidden within the community. But this is also the way to have a framework before the professionals get on and do the detailed design. A framework needs to be set together with the community. In next phases, which is tendering and implementation, the community is only being informed. However, this is again important because by being informed, the community is also monitoring these processes, which is important, and they give feedback on the developments. But what is most important, they really see their engagement becoming reality. They see the project developing in front of their eyes. Now, there are different formats of engaging community depending on the phase and on the context, starting from, in some cases, even one-to-one meetings and group meetings, then more advanced in joint workshop, envisioning and design, or in most advanced level, which is joint delivery of tasks. Now, when the project is implemented, as you can see there on the right side, again, the role of community is very high. It's acting together. Because after the project is being implemented, then the next challenges are how to really maintain them, how to manage them, how to keep them work and function. So again, here the role of community is crucial because after all, it's their space. They need to love it. They need to care for it. And in this way, they will support substantially other municipal authorities to maintain the space. Now, this is why it is important to have community engaged from the beginning. Because if they are engaged from the beginning of the process, during the process, you really build a sense of ownership towards the process and sense of ownership towards the place itself. This is the key thing to make the place really function, work, to be loved by everybody, to be enjoyed by everybody. Okay, I'm done with this. Now let's go in something more relaxed, which are some illustrations, some photographs of the process that we developed with our partner municipalities and some implemented projects. We did public spaces, we did environmental addressing issues, mobility, schoolyards. They were all the projects that really came out of the needs and requirements of the community. But yes, it is always important to have a project implemented and to have a good place. But this is not the only thing. The issue is also how, yes, this is one of the happy guys. He was one of the kids participating in design of his schoolyard, which got implemented. And yes, he's thrilled because he was part of it. Now he's enjoying it differently. But what is also important is that the placemaking projects are really concrete examples that show to the community their importance, their role, their potentials if they get very well organized. And beyond that, it's to build the capacities and experiences to have them engaged in future processes, which is very much important, and also to support building communities that in the future are going to be key partners or key actors in the general developments of their cities, towns, and other settlements. Now, in order to support this, we have consolidated all the experiences that we have done in this decade with Kosovo municipalities in a set of publications which will support municipalities, but also communities and other stakeholders in participation in placemaking, but also in spatial planning and environment. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vigan. Next, activism in urbanism, Florina Yerliu. This button here.
This button?
You just point it at the screen.
Since I'm here to talk about activism in urbanism, and since I'm here in this event thanks to a newly established community center, which I hope is going to get its the shape as it wants, I'm going to talk in English because I think that, I see my students here, I see some of my colleagues, I don't think that somebody will be remaining out of without, yeah, okay. Florina Yerliu, I teach at the Faculty of Architecture, University of Prishtina. I am also a founder of Archis Interventions Prishtina, which is a local NGO founded back in 2006 together with Dutch and German colleagues. We all thought that it was important to do something in the activism field, so we founded Archis Interventions as a part of Archis Foundation, which is well-known foundation which publishes the well-known magazine, Volume Magazine. And now we have 3 Archis interventions. One is in Prishtina, one in Berlin, and one in Amsterdam. And our first project and the most profound study and that we did is Prishtina. So, yeah, okay. So I'm going to talk, I have divided my presentation, I'm going to try to keep it light. Divided my presentation in 2 parts. First, what does urbanism mean when you talk about Prishtina, and then what does it mean to intervene in whatever urbanism means in the case of Prishtina. So the picture that you see here is a picture of the center of the town, which actually, let's say, represents the frozen image of the city since end of the 70s, when it was concluded, to the 2000s. So this frozen image of the city is nothing but a message to young generation that Prishtina, like other parts of Kosovo, were absolutely abandoned in terms of urban design, maintenance, and development since late 70s. So we are talking about 3 decades of absence in urban activities, which led to an image of the city which you see today. Another factor that contributed to the image of the city, which is most probably why we all are gathered here to discuss, as it represents our activities in the space, are the governing bodies since the end of the war. All of them had their own agendas, whether political, social, or whatever, but they had one joint thing, and that is Prishtina. They all had their headquarters in Prishtina. Okay? So as soon as they got deployed in Prishtina, the first thing that happened is that they occupied all the public buildings. And then when those were finished, they continued to place their offices in private houses. And as a request and requirements which came from different organizations, different institutions, and in an absence of legislation in regulating the space in general and urbanism, because politics was more important back at that time, just after the war, we see examples of how people learned to maximize their houses in order to maximize their profit. And it went on like that with our institutions as soon as they got constituted, let's say from 2004 and on. It's like a know-how. If internationals did it, why not we? And of course, the same situation is with the citizens. Here you see 3 pictures which tell a lot about what private development means. So you have the first picture, which shows a house turned into a multi-space, multi-purpose space. You have in one house which maximize its square meters in order to accommodate the private business, because here we're talking about the most self-service society that you can actually find elsewhere. So lots of economic resources never kicked out again after the war. So people had to live from somewhere. And then you got the second pictures, which shows the first private investment for a public business, which is banks, public, whatever, public building, if I may say, not business. And then the third one, again, the first time private investments made for public housing, something that apartment buildings, something that we were used to see to be done only by institutions. In order to stop this kind of, let's say, self-service and self-proclaimed city and self-development and all that, the administration in Prishtina thought about starting the planning, and one of the first inputs was the spatial plan of Kosovo, of Prishtina, and then which generated the regulation plans, and then the regulation plans took over the way that the city was developing in the future. Regardless of the fact that you can find some really good visions, some really good points in those plans, the problem that those plans needed back at the time, and I think still need a lot of funding, is really difficult to cope with. So this is how buildings started being built based on the plans, some buildings that started being envisioned based on the plans. You see on your right-hand side, you see, on your right side, you see a building. It's a mega structure, which have started to develop, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, but it's still in its underground levels. Yes. And then what you made in majority see as an implementation of plans is the picture on the other side, which is not as good, or you can compare those also with this picture, which shows what represents the illegal buildings in Prishtina. Okay, of course, there are nice spots that can really sometimes make you jump and into an action, like those phenomena. You get greenery in pot, you get absurd investment. I mean, the guy came there, started to draw the line. There was some other guy that was supposed to do something about this damage in the street, but then who cares? He has his own tender, and then he just curves the line and goes on with his work. And then we got, let's say, monuments which are sitting like that, waiting in a status quo for a decade now. All in all, we are talking here about nothing but a descending social and political discourses, which unfortunately are not being, let's say, recuperated, even in the second decade. If we talk about, let's say, theoretically, we speak about decade of transition usually, but then in the case of Prishtina, we are now in the second decade of transition, so it makes you think perhaps the state of a city is a state of transition. This is how the city lives and develops, and it's not a phase, it's a state of art. And then there are pictures like this, a picture that I took back in 2004, which gave me hope, because my kid was also 6 years old at the same time. And then talking to people, we thought, yeah, definitely, we need to do something about this, because there is hope. There is hope, if not for us, we should do something about our children. So this is how we decided to get together and to fund Archis Interventions Prishtina And the idea was basically to mediate, something which I see that the community center can really work with in the future, to communicate between the local administration and the private sector. And be it as a translator, a mediator, or a caregiver, or anything that is needed, because we were very happy to play, you know, the role, not only of an activist, but a volunteer and all that. We started with an international workshop. You see here some very important people. One of them is Arjen Osterman, who is editor-in-chief of Archiv's magazine. We had the first workshop, international workshop, in 2006, which was then complemented with students' workshop in 2007, and which generated basically the so-called urban pathology map of Prishtina, and through which we gave prototypes of illegal buildings, which we thought was the key issue to be tackled in the case not of Prishtina, but of Kosovo in general. And then we realized later on that this was an issue with all countries which are qualified, or, you know, that we know, like post-socialist, post-communist countries, and especially Kosovo, knowing that except for this let's say, quality, it has another one, which is a state building phase of transition, and this is why it was very challenging. We went on with workshops, and we realized that actually we need a strategy, an overall strategy on legalization. And finally, in 2009, we established a cooperation with the municipality of Prishtina, which then generated one of the most important documents that we have produced. It's a manual on legalization of buildings without construction permits in 2009, which provides minimum standards for legalization for 3 different types, prototypes that we had identified. And we also did the regulation. Both had passed the municipality assembly directly in 2009, July. And I have to say that the law on legalization today its foundations are based on those 2 strategic documents: our regulation, the municipality of Prishtina regulation, and the manual for legalization. So we did that. It's still there. Based on those 2 documents, we founded the sector for legalization in the municipality of Prishtina. So the sector is there. It's quite well regulated, I think. And sometimes I was even joking with my colleagues, so the sector for legalization works much better than the sector for construction. We had follow-ups with the society, with the community. Our target at this point was the professional community. The community, which is very much important to understand what the legalization would mean. We had a workshop, and we discussed harshly the legalization permit idea versus planning permit, because in the case of Prishtina, you had to deal with 2 sets of standards, perhaps in a very small parcel of the town. So it was really tough in that sense to discuss this issue. But then what we did, we really worked hard, and we took the most, let's say, difficult parts of the city, Tophane and Dodona, and we did a profound study on what would mean to have a bad scenario, a good scenario, or what could happen if we implement 2 sets of standards, which is one on construction and planning, the plan itself, the construction law, and the legalization in such a small unit or neighborhood. So, and we gave it, actually it is with, all these studies remain with the municipality, and those are, the guidelines that would be good even today to be used by a municipality, because they give also instruction on how to cope directly with people living there. And the people living there are basically the people that construct and build over there. Beside legalization, which we thought it was very, very important to tackle, because all the plans in general, it was like the idea of everything that was being built in Kosovo in the first decade of transition was to ignore whatsoever we have here and think only of the future. The future became very accessible, and we became nostalgic about the past. So we thought legalization should really make institutions think about the present, because this was a very, let's say, harmful present, because it attacked about 70% of the capital city. So we, except for that, we worked also on a vision for Prishtina. And as you see, we started in 2009, we went on throughout to 2010, and the idea was to link, or to do this spatial history economy, and to have it actually, you can find it in Prishtina. So we gave an idea about what would be the most representative, the models that we can use to represent the capital, because it is very important to have a nice image about the capital. And firstly, when you talk about the image, the physical image really matters. We did present our work. We are very well known in Europe, not that much known in Kosovo. We had limited funds, but we did grand job with very limited funds. But anyhow, what I'm very proud with is that for 4 years, I was also a national expert member to the NALAS, which is a network of local associations of Kosovo. And then together with them, we have validated quite well the work, especially the manual on legalization. We're here talking about more than 20 countries that have taken this document as a reference for their work. So we, except for that, of course, we had to communicate. We had, there is another type of activism that we were really, let's say, happy to do. It was to initiate debates, because it is the discourse on urbanism and on architecture in Kosovo is so absent, you cannot imagine. And what is happening today, vis-a-vis yesterday or tomorrow, shows that. We are there, for an instant show, and then we disappear. We are not ready to be part of the discourse. So what you see here is a very important man. This is Ole Bauman, who together with Rem Koolhaas funded the foundation. And he came here in Prishtina back in 2010. We discussed public participation. We discussed the issues, and which are very, very fragile in the context of Prishtina. And actually, it was the first time that we liberalized the notions that we were using about Prishtina, such as chaos or whatever. So Ole Bauman came with an idea, this parasites in buildings and annexes could really work well. We should learn from you how to do it in Netherlands and stuff like that. So it was very well, sharing the experiences and seeing what are the common grounds, even though the Netherlands is, a well-established system. They also have this challenge of their fight with the water, and then they have compromises too. And then, when you get to live in a system, when you have to do compromises, in the case of Netherlands, it's the compromise with nature, you really have to realize that, why not having compromise among ourselves in the case of us? Another debate, of course, students are our agents. We use students, in all our activities. This is one of the activities we had in 2013 with Andres Lepik and Vedran Mimica. One of prestigious state universities, another one coming from the Berlage Institute in Netherlands. And it was quite interesting, because questions that came from students really made them astonish them. There were cases when our lecturers really did not have answers to the questions. And then we went on with regional cooperations. There is a very, very coordinated and very strong network, you have to know, of NGOs, initiatives, groups of volunteers, and groups of activists which cooperate in regional networks. One of them is the one that was organized, one of the projects that we took part was a World Bank Sustainable City Initiative together with Coplan, whom you have listened yesterday, and some other NGOs. And we did the social sustainability audit study for Prishtina. We did a lot of analysis. As you see, we met a lot of people, important people, and then we met unimportant people, like marginalized people, and we really got another sense about the city. And as you see, sometimes things that you think it's impossible to draw, we did the map of the vulnerability map of Pristina, which shows areas of social vulnerability put in, transposed in territory. And then the last activity of ours was the finalization of the vision on Prishtina Dynamic City with an exhibition, which was held in November. As you see, we did a huge model because we wanted to have an impact to these guys. And we were so happy to see them locate their houses, trying to locate their houses. And then you really see that, I mean, again, this is another, moment when you say, yes, there is a hope. So we really need to remain active, regardless of the political will, regardless of the situation you have put in place. So this is how we really, I mean, this is the activism industry is something that is well known in Europe and worldwide. But then it's been generalized within a notion of a civil society in Kosovo. And then it is very important to actually start thinking in the sense that the world thinks about the industry. So how it is a growing industry, actually, because it confronts the, let's say, if I may say, the worst impact of the capitalism in the 21st century. What I would give as a suggestion to the center is to really join existing networks. As I said, there is a large and very compact, and very informing network in the Southeast Europe, which goes beyond, but then again, such as, for example, one of them is Archis Networks. And here we're not talking about NGOs or activist groups, which have the name of Archis, but different. I mean, if you go into the site, you will see talking about a lot of initiatives. Then you have to initiate as a center, I mean, as youngsters, have to initiate, have to fundraise, have to grow, fundraise. Let me tell you something. In the first decade, if I may refer to it like that, of post-war Kosovo, fundraising for urban activism was such a difficult task because to the donors, to the organizations, it fitted into the pillar of culture. They could not whatsoever, maybe they did, but they did not think that it falls in the domain of the political issues and political and social issues, which is actually what activism is. And then to grow like, let's say, like Koplan. Koplan started as a small organization, and now it's a real industry, a real activist industry. Then we have to value ideas, which were like the ones that I showed about what we've done with Archis Interventions Pristina. It's a damage if you start from the beginning. I mean, there is such a good system that had been put in place with regards to legalization. And then let's say a party takes over a municipality and then they start from the beginning. I think that this is something that, I mean, this center can really help to mediate maybe in that sense and develop ideas, be part of structural funds, because there is a huge potential with the European Union and European funding organization. And then something to think about. It is the last slide. A parking bay. It's a very nice, very nice activity which takes place worldwide. As you see from the map there, only in Montenegro has been organized. Okay, we don't have parking meters, but we can at least occupy parking space, because it's an issue in Pristina. So, okay, this is everything what I prepared for today. I hope I didn't...
No, it's quite all right. It's interesting.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I was told in the middle that the next presenter wasn't coming, so Farina got the floor for 2 lightning talks. But lots of great information. Thank you so much. So the next is Engaging Youth in Kosovo, Collaborative Design with Spend Chamili. And do we have a...
This is actually a goal. So, yeah.
My name is Shpan Shamili. I'm a terrible public speaker, so you'll forgive me some of the blurbs that I might make here. I'm a social psychologist by trade. I did my graduate studies at UMass Lowell, and in Massachusetts, fishermen's jokes are really big. So I just wanted to ask everyone, how many fishermen does it take to change a light bulb? Anyone? It's actually one, but you should see the light bulb. It's this big. I'll take any smile. I also work for an UN agency, and I have to say, the presenter before, thank you very much. I need to get in touch with you. We can do some good things together. But you were mentioning governing bodies, and from UN, there was only one governing body. That was UNMIC. UNDP was never a governing body. I work at the office of UNDP, and I can claim that for sure. Please. I also worked for OSCE, but OSCE was a governing body, so I cannot protect them. At the office where I work, which is actually the office of the UN Development Coordinator in Prishtina, which is actually an office that does the coordination of agencies that work in Kosovo, which is the normal presence of UN in a developing country. So this is not UNMIC, this is not a political presence, it's something that normally exists in most of the developing countries. We were talking a lot about marginalized youth, and with this, and this started actually last year, but it was reinforced a lot with the last migrations. Most of the people that migrated out of Kosovo were young, so our thoughts more concentrated on that, and we wanted to do some action to see whether we can actually manage that, whether we can actually change that. This is the idea behind engaging youth in Kosovo. While collaborative design is a methodology that we actually got as an idea from a Royal Danish Academy of Fine Arts. They have an institute called CODE, with whom we've cooperated to actually implement this participatory research and intervention activity. We looked at the context of young people in Kosovo, and the numbers are gray. I mean, we have a region, a territory, as a private citizen, I can say a country, which has a huge majority of population under the age of 35, which is over 60%. And most of them are unemployed. The unemployment rates for young people in Kosovo are at some place 70%. On the other hand, we work for an agency that is not a donor agency. We don't have that much money, and hence we were looking, what can we offer? Not being able to pay for big stuff, we wanted to see whether we can do some small stuff that can have a bigger return. Also, all of the UN is a bit of a blue and white sort of a setting where not that many interesting things happen. So I think with this sort of intervention, we proved that even UN can be a bit innovative and a bit interesting. And more colors, like orange, because we usually use blue and white, and I don't really know the reason behind it. Because the circumstances in social terms change constantly, the intervention itself has to change constantly. Hence, we wanted to use this methodology, and I'll speak about the methodology a bit later. But also I want to say a few other things. The reasons why we wanted to use this methodology is just to try new things and see how they work. Also, we know that old ways give limited results. How we know that most of our projects were actually developed in close quarters in some office somewhere, and then we wonder why don't intervention function that well. There's always some sort of interaction with people, but because you come out of the office, there is always some sort of expectation by the community what you want to hear. Very often when you ask them questions, they give you what you want to hear, not really what the real problem is. That's why we wanted to use some new methodology, a new
intervention. And of course, the last bit is resources. They're scarce, so this doesn't really cost that much. Anybody can do it. You just need a bit to get yourself around the methodology. There's huge amount of pictures and documentation that we've done. Actually, our colleagues from Royal Danish Academy of Fine Arts have done while working with their counterparts. We've, through faculty in the public university, we got together a group of students from all over Kosovo to actually work together with students from Royal Danish Academy of Fine Arts in order to compile this intervention. And this intervention is very participatory. It's not you plan here, you do there, but actually you plan and you do in the same place. We were targeting young students, young professionals from different departments such as psychology, ethnographic research, anthropology, medical faculty. There were some students from architecture, social sciences. So basically we were all over the place. It's very difficult to make all of the students work together, but once you get the group together, something very interesting develops. During the intervention, we had, oh, that's a bit high, sorry about that. During the intervention, we had 3 visits by Royal Danish Academy of Fine Arts throughout the period of 4 months, but the contact with students from Kosovo was established much earlier through social media. And this actually made a huge difference because we do have these tools now, we just need to find new ways of utilizing them. So basically, they exchange a lot of ideas, pictures about their ordinary life, what they go through every day, and through that they manage to interact and better recognize and know each other. So there was basically the slide is self-explanatory, I believe. We have learned that it is worth taking a collaborative design approach. Early results and lessons actually do indicate that there are possibilities to develop further this sort of methodology in Kosovo. Of course, the methodology was not ready-made for Kosovo circumstances, but there were a lot of amendments that we did. First thing that actually came out of the whole research is the word engagement itself. It just does not translate well into local languages. When you say engagement in Albanian or Serbian or any other local language, it means bits and parts of it. It just doesn't mean the whole thing. We wanted the whole thing because being engaged means also being active, being present, being involved heavily. And in any of the words that we use in our languages. So what we did is actually tasked everyone to come up with a solution, and we came up with a solution that was not really a word, but was everything else. It was pictures and it was videos, and videos actually showed clearly what engagement is. So instead of working around it and trying to explain it to everyone, the group of students, bits and parts of it who were engaged in other activities, they did short videos of like 2 or 3 minutes where they actually explain what the engagement is by not saying or using the word engagement or innovation or anything like that. And it actually worked. I show you a bit later how it worked. It was also interesting to see how interactions between different groups and different professionals and different backgrounds create new synergies and actually ideas that can be implemented on the ground. And very important finding, which is actually, I think it's a bit contradictory to what the government, today's civil society, and everyone else is talking about, is that employment is the most important thing. Of course, it is the most important thing for youth because everybody needs money to survive, that's for sure. But there's also another thing that's missing, and that's rehearsing new ways of getting together, which is equally important to like finding a job. Out of the work of these little groups, this idea where some ethnographic research was being done in Gilan came up. It was an idea of reviving Gilan's cinema. We didn't know this, but Gilan was the first city in Kosovo that actually had a cinema. And the building of a cinema is still there, and it didn't change its purpose, it just ruined. Somebody bought it during the process of privatization, and it's just a ruined building. There's nothing there. So the idea was to revive the cinema for one day and see what happens. And we did this by showing those 5 or 6 short movies. Plus, we showed an old documentary that was done by Besim Saad Chia, which is actually Rita Ora's grandfather, which is called 117. It's about this community of 117 people living in a kula, this one house unit in Western Kosovo. And the 5 movies were actually targeting all of this group that came into this improvised cinema, which is actually a gym. And after the movie was shown, they were all asked about whether they are really engaged in some sort of activity and community work. And it actually came out that most of the youth are already engaged. They just don't have will to continue, or there is no incentive for them. Nobody's coming there. Let's scale up this. Basically, there is a lot of different activities going on, and there's a lot of ideas as well. Even some of the kids that were there that were teasing and laughing at the group. What are you doing? What is this? You know those kids, those cool kids that hang by the wall. They were actually at the end, when the whole thing ended, helping out and started conversation with the group that actually revived the cinema for a day. I cannot stress this enough. There is such a value in documenting the work and the whole intervention. I could talk about this intervention for hours and hours because I've been present in many of events and things that happen. But in traditional UN language, there was always this need to do reports which are really written. But we find more and more that the reports have bigger impact and have better meaning if they are, if there's a spoken word, if there's a video, if there's picture, or if all of these elements are combined. If you're interested to look more into what was done and how things were done, and we are thinking to scale up some of these models that we've tried, very soon, we're actually right now recruiting an entity that is going to help us develop this big project for the next 3 years to actually do a lot of these sort of interventions all over Kosovo. So scale up this by 30, 50 times. And I'm sure there are going to be a lot of allies in this very room and elsewhere. Please refer to the zoom-ins. The zoom-ins are 9 areas where we actually focused our work very much, and we had some sort of breakthrough, which we think that we can continuously work. We have a really small Facebook group with all of the students and everyone who was involved directly in collaborative design. Collaborative design is a spin-off of a much older idea, which is called human-centered design. So to my fellow architects, which I see a lot here, that you understand what this is about. The human is the model around which everything else is developed, but this is more in social terms, not really in physical terms or spatial terms. And I think one thing that is also very important is that during this activity that we had, it was our anthropological research and ethnographical research that was provided as a feedback actually gave us some 4 conclusions which are out there. It's just that nobody really articulates them well. One is, which is better articulated, I think, always, is that young people are not a part of public discussion. They're just not there. The second one is that young people's voice is not heard in the policy making and decision making processes. I mean, anybody who's below 30 is just not there. Very few of us, very few of them. I'm not 30. I'm much, much, much older. But you see the spirit. Young people's concerns remain in informal spaces and are not addressed by the institutions. This is probably one of the original causes why there was so much young migrants. They just don't feel franchised here. There is no factor there is no level to factorize any of them. Young people are completely discouraged to participate in public life, and this is probably a bit original finding, because it's different to be left out and it's different when you are discouraged. So there is an active element that actually discourages young people to participate in a public life. I'm just concluding. The picture that you're seeing is a philosophy that we try to use lately in the United Nations, and it's piloting little projects like this one and see what works, what flies, what doesn't. If it flies, then it's easy to scale it up. If it doesn't, you didn't spend a lot of money in the first place. I thank you, and I hope I wasn't too boring.
Actually, will present for us. I myself turned 29 last month, so. No, I'm trying to think about a whiteboard joke at the moment, actually. I can't, I'm not good. Right. We'll start a design center, but we won't change light bulbs. Something like this. Or we'll do all the light bulbs in Prishtina. I'd like to introduce now a friend who I'd worked with, and a young activist who's doing a lot in Prishtina and in the Balkans and in Europe these days, back and forth, and we keep crossing paths, and I'm pleased she's here. So from Baustel Balkan Temple, A Tale of Love and Work. And I suppose Argur is not joining today. Okay. Rita, Rina Kika.
It's fine. Rita arrives. It works also. Just, can you tell me? Yeah.
Where is your presentation?
Okay. Silly?
Is it on?
Yeah.
Is it on the USB or you sent it on the page? Is this one?
Yes. You can check it.
Just a minute, let me just show you how that works. This one, yes, this bottom one is advanced.
Okay. Hi. So my name is Rina Kifa, not Rita. And I'm going to talk to you today about two very big projects which I have been involved in. I know my time is limited and it's really difficult to explain all that I have to say about these two projects in just 10 minutes, but I'll try to involve everything that is important. So before I tell you about Baustel Balkan Temple, which is a project which is happening this summer in Prishtina, Belgrade, and in Zurich in Switzerland, I will first tell you about our first project, which was Prishtina Manamur, and it happened in the year 2012, in the summer to be exact, which I led and managed together with Astrid Ismaili and Tobias Biens, two very important artists, I think, nowadays. Prishtina Manamur was a project which involved, it came actually as a very harmless idea to make a theater piece with the people of Prishtina, which was a brainchild of Tobias Biens. He was very fascinated by the energy of the people and also the charm of the city of Prishtina, and really wanted to make a theater piece or an art piece, kind of, which would involve these energies and which would make these people tell what they had to say about Prishtina and their love to Prishtina. This is why the project was called Prishtina Mon Amour. So what we did was we started talking and fundraising about the project, and then we decided to do this project inside Bararames, the Palace of Youth and Sport, which was called Bararames and was built in the 70s. To be more exact, in the right wing of that you see over there, which is the parking lot now. It used to be an ice skating hall, but now it's used as a parking lot by the people who need it. And what we did was, as we couldn't take the parking lot itself, we took all the surroundings of it, which was a very huge space, and it fitted quite a lot of people. The thing is that, so we had the space and we had a bit of finances, and then we needed the people, and it was quite difficult to first get in touch with everyone because none of us had done something like this before, and we were all inexperienced. So what we did was we rented out a house in Dragodan, which we used then to do public events. These were screenings and small concerts that we held, and a fashion event was held also there, where people just started coming during the summer before we started going to Bararames, and just coming and just hearing about the idea and hearing what they have to say. And this worked pretty well. That's why all the project happened. It was a one-time performance, which was held on the 8th of September 2012. It was only 1 hour. It involved more than 180 participants, and it involved the different kinds of art expressions, from installations to dance to video installations to everything that you can think of, to music, to whatever. So what was the most surprising factor was that there were more than 2,000 people that came to see the show, which was, to me, a very big surprise. I expected mostly like 300 to come maybe and see it. But there were really a lot of people interested to see what we had to do and what we did. And therefore, Prishtina Mon Amour was a huge success. But I like to think that the project didn't really, or the show was not really the major part of the project. It was the process that happened during those 2 months of summer, where all the people were coming together and discussing and just exchanging ideas and sharing and working together to do something. The thing is that we involved a lot of people who were not really artists. They were bankers or lawyers like myself, or just pupils who just liked to come there and just share this energy and just carry something from there to there, or just help in any kind of way by aiding us. So a sort of community started forming by when we were organizing this whole project and the performance which happened in the end. So Barsal Balkan Temple is a follow-up project to the one that we did almost now 3 years ago. And it is going to happen this summer in Pristina, in Belgrade, and in Zurich. As you see, we have expanded our territorial capacities, and we moved also to Belgrade and to Zurich, which are also very interesting cities. And what we are going to do is we are going to gather up to 10 artists from each of these 3 cities, and they are going to travel through the 3 cities in a period of 6 weeks, where they will exchange ideas and will create their own artworks, which again will have, we will have all kinds of mediums of artistic expression. So we are not at all limited to just music or performance art or just dance, but it can be really anything. And so again, we are going to perform one time in each city, but this time is going to last 6 times longer. So we are performing in for 6 hours, one time in each of these 3 cities. So the theme of the project is what do you believe in, which is a very fundamental question and can be really anything. Most people associate this with the belief in God or not, but we really see this as a very broad thing that can grasp anything that you do or why you do what you do. You believe in something if you do something. And we are interested to see how these people will correlate together and will really elaborate with this question of belief into their artworks, which will be then presented in each city one time. So this is our plan. We will have 6 weeks of research events, which will entail concerts and lectures and discussions. I believe we will issue the program on the 1st of June. You can then attend all of our public events. We want to ask this question to all the city, not just the participants of the project, and really anyone can be involved. It's a very huge project, so we need all kinds of help that we can get. These are the performance dates. So first we are in Prishtina on the 5th, on the 12th we are in Belgrade, and on the 19th of September we are in Zurich. This is our performance area in Prishtina. So we got the permission to perform in the campus area of the University of Prishtina, which is basically the whole area, the green area that you see over there. We also have the permission from the National Library to use it inside and out, which means we will just be all over the place, and it's going to be an open performance. So we will have a lot of also architects, please, helping us to build up the stages and all the scenography that will be used by the artists and by the performers. Then in Belgrade, we already have the permission, and we have the partner, the Fortress of Belgrade, which is really big news for us because it was quite hard to get, but we achieved to convince them. This is just in the crossing of Danube and Sava, and it's just beneath the Victor. So there we are going to again perform. And in Zurich, we have chosen to perform in the Church of Frau Münster, which is a very important church in Switzerland. And it's also very interesting artistically because Marc Chagall did all the window paintings. And it's a very beautiful church, and they are very interested in our idea and have permitted us to perform inside. And what is important also is that outside of the church there will be a construction area, which is actually the name of the project, Baustelle Balkan Temple. So there will be a real Baustelle around, and we are currently working on getting the city to permit us also to use all the baggers and stuff for the performance. So it's going to have a quite unique spirit, I guess. So the question is relevant to everyone, and anyone can be part of it. As I said, we need all kinds of help. We need cooks and just people who come and help with anything, organizatory-wise, or or just playing by doing music or whatever. I welcome you all to join us. We have already started. This was part of our teasing campaign. We had a sponsorship from AMM, which is a marketing agency, and they sponsored us to use 5 billboards in Prishtina, where we just posed the question, what do you believe in? And we took street artists who just painted off the billboards, which was a very strange thing to do, because I guess no one did it. And but it worked. So a lot of people heard about us and were like, what is this? What is this? What do you believe in? But we also want to keep it so that we do interventions also in the city. So during the time that we will be here, which will be in August, we will be in Prishtina. We want to make different kinds of city interventions. So you will see us all over the city, I hope. This is a list of our partners. Now, we've been quite successful in Switzerland to gain a lot of support, and here we are still waiting for a lot of answers, and also whoever would like to donate to our project, as you see it's quite massive, is more than welcome to do so. So you can also put a stone on Baustelle Balkan Temple. Thank you very much.
you, Hannah. And I think I'm going to change the program just a little bit because we're coming to the end of our day. And mention again, tomorrow we're meeting at 9:30 as a gathering right here on the university at the coffee. And from there, we're going to do a walkthrough of the Dodona neighborhood and do a mini charrette exercise. It's our hope at the symposium that ending point, our feet on the ground actually doing work. This is not an academic conference per se. It's a gathering point. It's a space along the way. So if we can envision out into the future a community design space somewhere in the city, I think we have enough energy and activism to produce it. And we want to support each other in that process, but it'll serve communities. So we as professionals will go out as part of this tomorrow in the Dodona neighborhood and engage a bit with communities that are living in that neighborhood. And I used to live in that neighborhood. So looking forward to that, and everyone is welcome. If you look in the, I won't announce the names now, we'll do it at a different time because I don't think the designers are here. There was a poster design competition. So as you walk down the hall and you see the 6 posters that have been printed, have a look at them. And there is a contest and decisions that have been made on that. But I'm thinking right after the parallel sessions, we should wander off into the world and enjoy the rest of the day as it is. I'll ask at this moment, is there any questions of Community Design Prishtina that those of us who put this together can answer for you? So if there's any questions of me, now's the moment, or us. And there doesn't have to be. Rock and roll, I like that. Okay, good. So you have 2 choices. There's a panel discussion in room 401 on city and democratic livability, and that's the one down the hall and to the right, or in room 406, urban renewal in Prishtina. And we do have a break planned that was supposed to be 30 minutes ago. So I would say take your drinks and coffee and bring them to the panel discussions. And thank you so much for coming. See you tomorrow at 9:30.